各位媒体朋友，大家好。
Dear friends from media,
14届全国人大4次会议首场代表通道
the first
现在开始。
deputies corridor of the
今天上
fourth
午，
session of the
大会新闻
14th
中心邀请了6
MPC
位
now
来自
begins.
工业、
This morning we have
农业、
invited 6
科
deputies
技、
from the fields
教
of
育、
industry,
体育、
agriculture,
国防领域的
technology,
全国人大
education,
代表
sports, and
走
national
上代表通
defense
道，并紧
to
密结合自
come
身
to
的
the
履职，
corridor and to
回
meet
答
all
大
of
家
you,
的
and
提
they
问。
will answer your
现在
questions
请第一组代表，
according to their
谢谢。
experience. Shall we invite the first batch of deputies?
2位代表分别是
They are
中国一汽研发总院首席技能大师
research
杨永
and
修代表，
the senior technician
大家上午
from
好
the。Research and Development Center of First
北京
Automotive Works,
微芯区块链与边缘
杨永
计算
修
研究院院长董进代表。
Deputy Dong Jin, Director from Beijing Academy of Blockchain
谢谢。
and Edge
现在
Computing.
请大家开始提
Good
问，
morning. Now the floor is open to questions.
请中央广播电视总台记者提问。举手的
First
这位男
question,
士。
please.
谢谢主持人，我
Thank
是
you
中
very
央广
much.
播电
I'm
视总
with
台的
the
记者，
China
我想
Media
提问
Group.
杨永修代
My
表。
question
杨
is
代表您
to
好，
Deputy
您从
Yang
一名
Yongxiu.
高职毕业生成长为
So
大国
from
工匠、
a
首席技能大师，
vocational
攻克了
school
上百项
graduate,
技术难关，
and
在
then
追
you have
求
become
极
a
致
senior
精度的道
technician,
路上不断突
and
破。
you
那大
have
家都很好
constantly
奇，
made
支撑您一路
breakthroughs
闯关的
in
密码究竟是
craftsmanship.
什么呢？
What is
谢
the
谢。
secret of your
谢谢您的
success?
提问。大家好，我是
Thank
吉
you
林代
very
表
much.
团杨永修，
I'm from the
在
Jilin
中国仪
delegation.
器
My name is
研发
Yang
实质有
Yongxiu.
限工作。
I work at the
我曾
front
经也
line
是
of
一
the
个技术小
First
白，
Automotive Works.
图纸
I
看得
used
慢
to be
设备呢也玩不转，
not so
但我就是
knowledgeable
有些
about
不服
the
气，
skills
爱琢磨。
and those
别人
equipment,
能
but
干
I
的，我凭
dare
啥
to
不行？
defy the odds. And when
手艺这
others
东
can
西
do
啊
that,
没有
why
捷
can't
径，
I? So there's
就是
no
要把手
shortcuts
练出技
in
性，
terms of
让零
skills, and
件
you have
在
to
你手里
be
听话。
familiar. You
那么
have to
干
get
高精尖的
familiar
活
with
困难呀
all the
就更大了。
equipments and tools.
一个汽
And
车发动机钢
there's a lot of
体
difficulties
精度要
when
求
it
是
comes
头发丝
to
粗细的1/5，
a vehicle,
差
and
一丝一
because you need
毫
to have
整车的性能啊
precision.
都会受到影响。不断失
And
败
if you don't
我
have
们就
precision,
不断
you
的去
will
尝试
end up
去挑
affecting
战
the。overall
一个
performance
工
of
件
the
需要
vehicle,
反复
and
调试
you need to
十
go
几遍
through rounds
甚
and
至
rounds
几
of
十遍。
adjustments,
有时候半夜躺在
and
床上
dozens rounds of
脑子
testing
里
and adjustments, and
全是工
sometimes
艺
when
和数
I'm
据。
lying on the bed,
因为我闯关的密
everything in
码
my
是什么？
mind is data
我觉得
and
呀，咱得
craftsmanship
真心的喜欢它，
so what is the
我对这些铁
secret of
疙瘩呀
success? I
是有
think
感情的。
passion and
解决
interest.
一个技术难题，
I feel this very
那个
strongly,
成就
and
感
to
比吃啥都香。
if you have solved
当
a
你不只
technical
是为了完
problem,
成
this
任务，
sense of
而
achievement
是真心的
is
想把这个技术难题
overwhelming.
研究
And
透，
if you truly want to
你就有
get
用不完的劲儿。
down to the bottom of this
还得
issue,
永远
and
把自
then
己
you will
当
feel
作
very
学生，
passionate, and you will
因
also
为
have
技
to
术
regard
天天在变，
yourself always
老
as
方
a
法
student
肯定
because
解决不了
technology
新问题。
keeps evolving. With
所以
the
无论
old
什么时
approach,
候
you cannot solve
我
the
们
new
都要不
problem.
断的去学习，
So no
不
matter
断的去
when,
研究新技术、新方法。
we're talking about you have
说
to
到底，
research into new
工匠这
approaches
俩
and new
字不是
methodologies.
光环，
A craftsman
是
is
责
not
任。
a glorious
咱得时
title.
时想着，
It's
咱们
more
手里
of
干出来的
a
精密零件，
responsibility.
是代表着中国汽车工
You
业的
have,
水
you
平。
have to remind yourself
这种
that
动力啊，
the
就
high
源源不断
precision
了。
tools
再
coming
就
out of
是
your
我为
hand
我所从事
represent
的
the
事业
level
而
of
骄傲。
craftsmanship of the
去
country.
年9月3号，
And
我非常荣幸的
on September
受
the
邀参
3rd
加在
last
天安门
year, I
广
was
场举行的
very honored
阅
to be
兵观礼。
invited to the military
要说
parade
当时的感受
held
啊，
at the
那
Tiananmen
就是2个
Square.
字，
So I
骄
can
傲。
share with you my feelings.
咱们国家装备队伍开
It's
过来，
nothing but pride.
轰隆隆的那
And
个气势
when
啊，
the
真的人心里都发
having
烫。
military trucks
当看到我们
arrived
仪
at
器
the
自己造
scene,
的红旗
I
检阅
felt
车，
overwhelmed.
稳稳
And
地
when I
开过来
saw
那一
the
刻，
Hongqi
说实话，
vehicle
我的眼泪啊，实在是控制不
come
住
in。front of my eyes, I couldn't
那不只是
hold
一辆
my
车啊，
tears. And it's
那
not
是咱
just the
们中国
vehicle.
汽车工业的脸面，
It's
是几
the
代汽车人的心
macrocosm of
血。
China's automotive industry,
我作为
and
一名
it is the
仪器人，
result of
红旗研发人，
generations of
那份自
auto
豪感
workers.
实在是
And
无
I
法用语言
cannot
来形容。
describe how proud I
2020
felt
习近
at
平
the
总书
moment.
记
And
视察
in
仪器的时候，
2022, when President
嘱咐我
Xi
们
paid a visit
一
to
定要把关键核心技
FAW,
术掌
he
握在自己手里，
instructed that we
把
have
民族
to
汽车品牌搞
hold
上去。
firm to our own
如今，
hand, our own
我们自己
technologies.
能把最精密的发动机 机、
And
对
right
智能
now
的
we are
控制系
able
统
to
都牢牢的 攥在了自己手里。
develop our own
看到咱们的红旗是
automotive
与国家共进，与时代同
systems
行，
and technologies.
感到
And when I
特别的
see
光荣。
FAW
我
vehicles
们这些在车间里
marching
文化
ahead
归档
with
的
our
人，
times, I
能够
feel
参与到这个
glorified and I
伟
feel
大的事
proud
业
and
里
I，
这辈
feel
子
more than
值
privileged
了。
to be part of these great
谢谢。
times. Thank
谢
you.
谢，请大家继续提问。
Next question, please.
请北京日报记者提问，举手的这位男士。
Beijing Daily, please.
北京日报长安街之事记者提问，请问董进代表，
My question to Mr.
您
Dong
长期
Jin.
从事区块链技术研究，
You long in
很
the
多人都很关
industry
心
of
现在我
blockchain
国区块链
computing,
技术的
and a lot of
自主
people
创
quite
新进展得怎么
worried,
样了？
and
区
also
块链
would
技
like
术
to know
怎样
what's the
服务于
progress
国
made
家
in
战
this
略？
industry
谢谢。
and how blockchain and edge computing
谢谢
could
您的提问。
contribute to the country's
区块
development.
链技术
Thank you for
呢
your
是一
question.
类前沿
Blockchain
的技术，
technology, yes, indeed, is
在
a
人
quite
工智能
advanced
的
cutting-edge
算法、
technology.
算力、数据
We
三
talk
要
about
素
that
中的区块链是确保数据的
Blockchain
真
is
实
actually
可
to
信
make sure
可
that the
溯
data is
可以说呢，
reliable
在
and
数字经济
authentic.
发展过程
We
中，
talk about that
区块
could
链是
make
最
guarantee
关
that
键
the
的
traceability
数
of
字基础
data.
设施
We
之
talk
一。
about actually the
在
blockchain is the most
2019
important or one of the
之前，
critical
我们
digital
国
fracture.
内的区块
In
链应用呢，
2019,
开始
application of blockchain
涉及到政府、
started to spread,
民生、
covering
能源、
and
贸易
government
相关的领域。
administration, energy, trade, and other
绝
fields.
大部分
But
应
also
用
we could
是基
see
于
that a
国
lot of
外
the
的
application
基础技
actually
术。
was based
那
on
个时候呢，
the base
我们
technology
国
or the
家
underlying
还没有
technology from other
自己的
countries.
区块链
Because
底
back
层
then
核心科技。
we did not have
2019
a
年
core
北
blockchain
京
underlying
主动
technology.
承担了国家的
Late in
战略任务，
2019,
快速汇聚
Beijing
在全
Academy
球
actually
区块
took
链
the
领域
initiative to
的顶
undertake
级
the
科学家
country's the
数百位。
strategic task,
我们
gathering
组建
top
了
talent
微星研
in the
究院。
global blockchain
我
field,
们这家
hundreds
研
of
究
them.
院呢，就是用
We
集团
formed
军作战的方
the
式，
research
集中攻
institute.
坚解
So
决我
which
们国
means
家
that
区块链
inside we
领域
gathered
的
that
底
the
层核
top
心技术。
talent to help us to
经过了
tackle and
不懈的
solve
努力，
that's
我
the
和
core
团队
underlying
研发出
technology of the blockchain
全
field.
球首个
Through
软
unremitting
硬一体的
efforts,
区块链
my
底
team
层
and
操作系
I
统。
developed the world's
300
first
万行
integrated
源码
software and
的
hardware
全部
blockchain
开源开
underlying
放，
the
全
operating
社会
system,
免
and
费
also
使
the
用，
3 million
极
lines
大
of
地
source
提升
codes
了
actually
技术
are
的
all
社会价
open
值。
source,
与
free
此
for the
同
whole
时呢，
society to use,
我
greatly
们研
enhancing
发的
the social value of
全球
technology.
首款
At the same time,
96
the
核
world
的区块链
first
专用加速芯片，这个芯片呢，
the
能让
96
区块
core
链的性
blockchain
能呢
specific acceleration
提升
chip
50倍。
actually
更
can
重要
increase
的
the
是呢，
performance of the blockchain by
这项
50
技术
times.
成功突破了超大规模区块链网
So
络
these
所面临
the
的
technology
算
help
力
us
瓶颈。
that successfully
让我们国家
broken through
可
the
信的
key
数字基础
technical
设施呢，
problems
拥有
faced
了
by
中国
large-scale
性。
blockchain
目前
networks. So this is
自主
actually
的
that
区
the
块链
China
系
chip
统
that
已
have
经
really
应
help
用
us to
到
make this
16
happen.
个
So
中
right
央
now
部委
we have used that
27
to
个
that
中央企业
16 the
在税务
government
领域，
departments and
我们
27
国家
the
每
central
年
enterprises.
数百亿张发
Every
票
year,
全部跑
and
在
more
自
than
主的区块
the
链网
tens
络
of
中的，
billions
用
of
区块链
invoices
来
actually
确保
our
我
country
们国
every
家
year are
每一
all
张发
running
票
on the
是
self-developed
真
blockchain
实
network.
可信可
Make sure
靠
that every invoice actually
在
is
跨境贸易
reliable,
领域
genuine, and
自主
traceable.
的区块链实时
In
链
trade
通
industry,
不同行业、不同区域
especially the
的
cross-border
关键核
trade,
心
the
数据，
self-developed
让我
blockchain
们的
enabled
跨境
real-time
通关
connection
效
of
率呢
key core
指数级
data,
提升。
and
目
that
前
also
上链
enhancing
的企业
cross-border
已经
custom clearance
超过了
and
30
improve
万
their
家，
work
在自
efficiency.
主区块链网
Right
络
now,
中
we
承
could see
载
that
的
more
跨
than
境贸易金
that
额
the
呢，是
300,000
万亿
enterprises
元的
actually
水
was
平。
on the
在
blockchain
全球支付领域，自主
hosting
的区块链技术
the
和
cross-border
央
trade
行
volume
的
of 1 trillion
数
yuan
字人民币
in the
结合
global payment field.
实现了
The
资金
self-developed
流、
blockchain technology
业务
also
流、
combined
信
with
息
the
流的
central
三流合
bank
一，
PBOCs, the
也形
digital
成了我
currency,
们国家的
realizing the
跨境
integration of
支
capital
付
flow,
新的
business
通
flow,
道。
and information flow. This also helps to
目前呢，
create a new channel for
随着
cross-border
应用的
payment
拓展，
in China.
国家级
Currently,
的
with
区
the
块链
expansion of
网络呢
application,
已经形成。这个网
China's
络的目的
blockchain
呢，
network has
就是
been
要把我
built.
们国家
So
跨
its
境贸易
purpose is to bring that the cross-border trade, global payments, and also other high-value core data within our own system. In February this year, President Xi Jinping also inspected technology innovation work in Beijing, and I'm very proud to report to the President Xi about the progress of blockchain independent innovation. Looking forward, we will keep in mind the General Secretary's entrustment, hold firm to our ideals, and never let go, closely focus on the major strategic needs of our country, make sure that the core underlying technology in the blockchain field of our country remain at the forefront in this industry, and also to build a solid and reliable digital network and the Great Wall. Thank you.
现在请第二组代表。
Now let's bring on the second batch of deputies.
两位代表分别是
They are
江苏理夏河地区农科所研究员高德荣
researcher
代表，
from the Institute of Agricultural Sciences of Lixiahe
云
region
南
of
省
Jiangsu
文
province.
山州连城
高德
镇
荣。
洛松地小学
And
教
then we
师
also have
农家贵代表。
Nong Jiagui, a teacher from Luosongdi Primary
谢谢。
School in
现在请
Guangnan
大家
County
开始
of
提问。
Yunnan Province. Now the floor is open to questions.
请第一排举手的人民日报社记者提问。这位
First
女士
question, please.
谢谢主持人。
Thank
人民
you
日
very
报
much.
记者提
I'm
问
with，
我的问题
The
想要提
People's
给高德
Daily.
荣
My
代表
question。is to
今天是
Deputy
24节气里的
Gao
惊蛰，
And
正是农
today
作物生长的一个关键时
we
期
are having。
我们
a
知道您一
very
直是研究种子的，
important
所以我想
day,
请
which
问
is
您
the
对于保障
awakening
粮
of
食安
insects,
全
and
有什么
you
样的
pay
思考
particular
和理
attention
智体
to
会？谢
food
谢。
security and food safety. And
谢谢。
what considerations do
大家
you
好。
have in
我是高德
ensuring
荣。
food supply in China?
来自江苏理夏河地区。
Good morning. My name is Gao Derong.
30
I'm a researcher at the
小麦
Institute of
种大
Agricultural Sciences from Lixiahe region
有的
of
做
Jiangsu province. I have been dealing with
的确
wheat for
我和
the
千
past
千万万
30
农民
years.
兄弟一样，
Like
是追着
all
实力
the
走的。
peasants and
眼
farmers,
下
and we
正值小
follow
麦反迁拔地
the
期，苗情复杂，
agricultural
这几天
calendar
变化不断。
of the year. And
播种时生一寸，
when
分
you
粒就可能少几根。这里面的学
sow
问
the
得
seeds
向土地
to
请
a
教。
sufficient number, you will ensure
忙来忙去，
sufficient
其
yield.
实我
And
只做一件事，为我们国家培育
over
高
the
产抗
years,
病小
I
麦
have
品
only
种。
actually done one thing, which is to
大家
cultivate
可能听说
high
过小
yield
麦的癌
wheat.
症、
And
痴迷
you
病，
may have
一旦爆
heard
发，可能
the
颗粒无收。
wheat cancer, and when
江
that
苏
breaks
地
out,
处长
you
江
will
下游，
have zero
雨许
yield.
多，
And
湿
the
度大，
Jiangsu locates at
是
the
痴迷
lower
病
stream
的
of the Yangtze
常发
River. We
重
have
发区。
sufficient precipitation, and
2012
we are a major
亲眼目睹
base of
一位老农
wheat and
在那因痴迷
paddy
病而
field.
绝收的麦
And
子
I
里流泪。
saw a couple of years
那
ago
一
that
幕
because of
像
a
一根
cancer
刺
breakout
深深
among
地
the
扎在我
wheat,
的心
and
里。
we had
农民的
minimal
眼力
yield of
就
the
是我们
wheat,
科技
and I
工作者
saw
攻坚
the
克难的
farmers
动力。
shedding out tears, and
怎
the
么
tears
脱？
that they shed are
从
what
转病思
drives
路开始，
researchers.
我们跳出传统育种模式，
So we
通过
have
分子育种技术，尝试在种子粒部
brought about
植入
innovation
抗
to the
病期
traditional breeding technology,
30
and after
多
30
数组
years,
合反复实
we
验。
have
终于
tried
在
multiple
2021
configurations
育成
and combinations, and
第一
in
个抗痴迷
in
病品种，
2020,
它不仅抗性强，
we
而且
managed
产量高。
to
千亩4万方，
produce
国产
the
可
first
达
anti-falling
600公斤。
wheat breed, and the per
这意
move
味
of
着
yield
农民
reaches
可以少打药，多
600
打粮，
kilos,
收成
and that
更稳
means
当。
with less
品种改良
seed
一直
inputs
在路
and
上。
fertilizer input,
我
you
们
can
追求的
have
不仅是吃得饱，
sufficient yield,
更
and
要吃得
we do
好。
not just want to
还
feed
要让种粮
ourselves,
人有
we
奔
have
头。
to feed ourselves well,
南
we
方
have to bring
稻麦冷作，
security
大头
to the
紧张。
farmers.
小麦播种期常
And
被迫推
in
迟。
the southern part of
怎么
China,
办？
because of climate,
我们
the
提出
sowing season
两种
for
快
the
速发育
wheat
的
is
策略，
oftentimes
让小麦学会
postponed.
抢时间，
So we have
育
to
成了
race
像
with
洋麦阿
the
15一样
calendar.
来直播的品种。
And
疾病
after
12月份播种，
genetically
国产
modifying
也能达
the
到600公斤。
seeds of the wheat, we
我
can
们还针对
reduce, we can
饼干高
resolve
地
this
区
issue, and we can also ensure a yield of 600
有种呢
kilos per
长期依赖进口
move
的
of land, and we also changed the history of over-reliance on imports. We are
为我们
just
端牢
like
饭碗，
a
守护粮仓安
army
全，贡献力
ensuring
量。
the security of China's food.
作为一名人大代表，
As
我的
a
女的答卷
NPC
也写在田野上。
deputy,
高
I
标准农田建设能不能
write
更
my
快一些？
answers on the
惠农补
vast
贴
fields
能否
of
更精准？
China, and we want
这些
to
都是我在田埂上
put on the
收集到的
ground
声音。
precision,
我也像记录适
poverty
应数据一样，
elevation,
认真
and
指向，
I
转化为
take
一
note
份
of
份代表记
a lot
录。
of data and
我提出的
translate the data
关
into
于提
my
高高标准农田
tangible
建设投入的建议
actions. I
可以
have
采纳。
submitted a
名目投
proposal
入
which has to
从
do with
1750元
rolling
提高
out
至
high
3000元。
standard experimental
接下来，
lands,
我
and
将继
I
续
also
深耕麦
propose
田，
to
让土地多
increase
采
the
粮，
subsidy
让农
to
民多收入。
farmers, and
我们
going
一起
forward,
把
I
饭
will
碗端得
work
更
very
稳、
hard
更牢。
to increase
谢谢。
the income of the farmers and ensure
谢谢。
greater food
请大
security.
家继续提问。
Thank you. Next question, please.
请第一排举手的新华社记者提问，这位男士。
谢谢。新华社记者提
Xinhua
问
News
那我的问
Agency.
题
My
想提问给
question
农家贵代
to
表。
Mr. 农
您
家贵。
在洛松地小学担任了
You come
40
from
年的
洛
乡村教师。
松地 and
那我
you've
们
been
很
there for
我们
40
很好
years
奇
as the
洛松
teacher
地这
in
个名
primary
字
school in 洛松
是
地.
怎么来的？
So would you please
它
first tell us what's the name of 洛松地?
我
What's
们
the
很好奇
meaning of that?
洛松地小学这个名字很特别，它是怎么
Because
来
it's
的？
very
能给我们
special.
讲讲
So
您
we'd
所
like
经
to
历的
know a
洛
little
松
bit
地故
more
事吗？
about the story behind that naming. And can you share with us more stories and your experience? Thank you very much. My name is 洛松地. Actually, the location of our school actually is a small village without a name, and it also used to be a place for that the treatment of that leprosy patients, and also usually people call that a village or that's the leprosy village. So in 1986, when I was just 20 years old, I found a job there. I saw the disabled elderly people. Actually, I wanted to run away, but you know, I saw the children's eyes. The eyes was eager, stay eager for knowledge. I couldn't take a step to run away, so I stayed. So think about that, the difficulties. You know that there's no that the textbook and the classroom actually borrow from the hospitals. And the room just was around 20 square meters. And the textbook actually were second books I found here and there. And there's no that test papers. And actually, the students finished that the third grade, they actually need to go other places to continue the fourth grade. They actually cried to me and said, "Teacher, we would like to stay. We don't want to stay in the village without the name for a lifetime." So I think about that, how we could help them. I actually recruit a new class. There's no that infrastructure. We talk about there's no buildings. So actually they built the building, the room by their hands with their fists. And we talk about the elderly people. Actually, they didn't have any tools back home. They just used their cooking tools. How about to mix the concrete, the mortar, so that they work day and night like this, and the children witness all these, and they study even harder. In 1992, my first batch of students graduated from primary school, and when they're filling out their enrollment materials and the column of home address, I actually didn't dare to write down the name of the village, and actually I wrote down 洛松地. So why I call it 洛松地? Because back then, this village actually grew a lot of peanuts. And actually, you know, it's a very famous article in our textbook. It's called Falling Peanuts. We talk about that the cover or the appearance of peanuts is simple and unadorned, and the fruit is deeply buried in the ground. Actually, although this is a village with a lot of disability people, but still they have a beautiful heart. So they are very supportive of education. And I also talk to other teachers and ask them, that they actually came to me. They know that those students from Luosongdi, they actually have performed really good in exam. The high score 206 points, the lowest 135 points. Oh, exciting score, the average line. Actually, I brought that good news back to the village, and the whole village actually was so happy. I back then was only one teacher there. I sent away a total of 1,000 primary school graduates, 12 classes, 126 children. They successfully entered the workforce. I spent there 40 years. People ask me, how many 40 years does a one person have in the whole lifetime? Is it worse to doing that? I said it was worse. Because my students said if Mr. Nong was not really there or is hesitated a little bit at the beginning, then we would never be able to leave the mountains. Talk about that knowledge actually change our fate. You can see right now with the support of the local government and also the sectors of society, previously that the closed village has now totally transformed and become a modern village of ethnic unity and progress. As a teacher from grassroots, I will continue to stay in my post to make my dedicated contribution, and also I will continue my endeavor and stay true to my original aspiration, the founding mission. I believe this is how I pay back to the people, to the society. On September 3rd last year, as a representative outstanding party member across the country, I got the honor to participate the 80th anniversary of the victory of the Chinese People's War of Resistance against the Japanese aggression and the World Anti-Fascist War. As a commemorating event, I also joined others singing Ode to the Motherland. Actually, back to the village, I also share my thoughts with the children. I told the story of the great spirit of the war resistance. I told them that study hard, strive to make the country stronger. And for myself, I will continue to practice that wholeheartedly serving the people. Because like for myself, when I decided to join the party, I made my application saying I'm an entrepreneur and I'm willing to fall behind others. I will continue my job. Thank you.
谢谢。现在请第三组代表。
Now let's bring on stage the third batch of deputies.
两位代表分别是
They are
江西省水上运动管理中心运
from
动员
Jiangxi Provincial
徐
Water
世晓代
Sports
表，
Management Center, an athlete. Her name is
空
Xu
军
Shixiao.
航空兵某旅飞行员
We also have
王文义代表。
a pilot from Air Force Aviation Brigade of the Chinese
谢谢。
People's
现
Liberation
在请大家
Army.
开始提问，
Wang Wenyi. Now the floor is
请
open.
中国日报社记者提问，举手这位女士。
First question, please.
中国日报记者提问，
With
我的问
China
题提
Daily,
给徐
my
诗晓代
question
表。
is to
代表您
Xu
好
Shixiao.
您在女子双
Good
人滑艇
morning.
500米项目上
At
蝉联了
the,
东京、巴黎2届奥运会的冠军。在
You
您乘风
were
破浪的
the
过程
champion
当
in
中，一定有
Tokyo and
很多
Paris
难以忘怀的
in
瞬
the
间，可不可以给我们分
women's
享一下？
double
谢谢。
canoe, and what are your success
好的，感谢这位媒体朋友的提问。大家好，我是
Thank you
来
very
自
much
江西
for
团
your
的代表
question.
徐世
I'm
晓，
from
也是一名
the
中国
Jiangxi
皮划
delegation.
艇
My
运动
name
员
is
非常高兴呢，今天在这里和大家一起
and
分享我职业
I'm
生涯中
an
一些
athlete of
难忘的回忆。
canoe.
也许啊，很多人
It's
知
a
道
great
我拿
pleasure
过
to
2届奥运会
share
的冠
with you
军，
my
但是
experience
呢，却很少有人
as
知
a
道
canoe
我经历过
athlete.
退
And
役
you know
再
that I
复
have
出。
won 2 Olympic
我出
medals,
生在江
but
西农村，
few of you
很
know
小的时
that
候
I
呢，
was
经常
born
帮
in
家里
a
干农活，
village in
也练出了很大的力气。
Jiangxi
经常和
province.
班里的男
I
同学呀扳手腕，
helped
也
with
赢过
the
不少
farm work
男
from a
生。
young age, and
13
I
岁的时候，
also
体校教练去学校招生，我意外成为一名皮划艇运动
I
员。
also
14岁进入
do
专业队
wrist wrestling
，15
with
岁
the
拿
boys in
到
our
第
class,
一个
and
全国冠
when I
军。
was
本
15
以
years
为我
old,
的
I
体
got
育
my
生
first
涯会继续
champion
这样频繁地走下去。
across
但
the
是呢，
country,
因为
and
女
I
子
thought
划
that
艇项目未
when I
被正式
could
列入奥运项
have
目。
a smooth
2013年
a journey
带着遗
and
憾
career.
选择了退役。
But I chose a women's canoe. But in 2013, I gave up. And then 4 years later, my coach telephoned me and asked me whether do I like to rejoin the game of women's canoe. And he told me that it has rejoined the Olympic family and it will be accommodated at the Tokyo Olympics. At the time, I was working for the private sector, and I had waved goodbye to this sport for 4 years, and it's very hard to pick it back up. But the dream of participating in the Olympic Games was just like a fire. It's igniting me, and the first challenge I felt was I encountered was the 13th national sports competition in Tianjin, and I have to win this game. Maybe it has to do with where I came from, the old revolutionary base, and at the time I was only 14 months away, and I engaged in very intense trainings, and I do 14 hours of training every day, and after the day's training I felt like overstretched, and at the end of every day I have to have my knees treated, and I remember feeling drowsy and dizzy after a day's hard training, but I never gave up, and I continued with my hard training, and then in 2010 at the final round of the national sports competition, I got 2 gold medals, and I was successfully elevated to the national team. And when I put on the uniform of the Team China, my dream at the time was to not just attend the Olympic Games. I had the dream of achieving a gold medal at the Olympic Games so that my national flag can be hoisted behind me. And from the World Championships in 2019, I worked together with my partner in women's double canoe, and whenever we are in the game, we are number one, and our speed is sometimes dubbed as China speed, and at the Paris Olympic Games, and we made a record in terms of the gold medals that we have won overseas, and this is making me more than proud. And as an athlete, as the athlete that has gone through many years of training, I have also proposed some suggestions to the NPC. I want sports to be spread across the country. I hope more people can join sports just like me, so that you can harvest health and happiness from sports. Thank you.
请大家继续提问。
Next question, please.
这个问题请解放军报社记者提问。
I would like
解放军报记者提问。
the
王
PLA
毅代表
Daily.
您好。
So from PLA Daily, my question to Mr. Wang Wenyi. So we conducted our interview with the troops. I could really strongly feel that the new trend of strict training and striving for a strong military in the new era. What's your feeling? Thank you for your question. First of all, I'd like to take this opportunity to express our heartfelt thanks for your care to the grassroots officers and soldiers. So let's see a pilot from Air Force Aviation Brigade. It's my mission, the daily routine to training. And our brigade is a unit with a glorious tradition. And the military corridor of the brigade is built right next to a corridor, because that corridor actually to convey the history and also talk about the glories, the whole experience, one picture, photo after another, really that told the combat track of the troop across the country. As long as the mission call, the officers and soldiers respond to the call and go to the battlefield. And we have left our footprints in 14 places in 7 provinces. And the story of our predecessors not only let us understand that for whom we fly and where we fly, but also make us feel that the development of the army. Every day we think just one thing, is training for the real battle, preparing for the real battle. As a J-16 pilot, my feeling is that the tighter the combat readiness training of the grassroots units, the stronger the combat capability. I remember that one thing is when the fighter took off, the farmlands and the villages below became smaller, and the air actually quite complex. So actually I need to have really close collaboration with my teammates. And when we finished the first round of confrontation training, we immediately refueled in the air. So from different, that's the training mode, from the intense air combat mode to the dedicated operation. And then we return to the air combat mode. So every day, these kind of two modes actually switch one to another. It was really, really exhausted physically, but we actually pushing our boundary, pushing our limits. When we finished the mission, in the evening, when all the fighter jets returned, looking at thousands of houses with lights in the distance, I feel the happiness. And because that reunion of every family actually is all guarded by us. We talk about this is a really heavy task, but actually I feel very proud of myself with the mission, because we see that reunion, the peace of the country and the happiness of the people. We talk about that we need to train the air wind drain sword to build the Great Wall of the blue sky. We need to safeguard the airspace. And the fourth plenary session of 20th Central Committee of the CPC had painted a blueprint for building a strong military. And next year, we also will mark the 100th anniversary of founding of the PLA. We have the goal even clearer, and also we know that responsibility is more significant. We will seize every second and every minute, strive to overcome difficulties, stand ready for battle, and fulfill our mission, contribute our strengths to the realization of the blueprint. Thank you. Friends from the media, after the morning session of the NPC, we will have the first minister corridor. We will invite minister from the Ministry of Technology, the Information Industry and Information Science and Technology, and the State-Owned Asset Supervision Administration Commission. Please stay tuned. Thank you very much. This is the end of the Deputies Corridor.
各位代表
fellow deputies,
第14届全国人民代表大会第4次会议
the fourth session of the 14th National People's Congress should be attended by 2,878 deputies. Today, 2,765 deputies are present, with 113 absent. The number of attendees meets the quorum requirement.
现在我宣布
I now declare
中华人民共和国
the fourth session of the 14th National People's Congress of the People's Republic of China
开幕。
begin. Please all rise
唱国歌。
for the national anthem. Please be seated. Fellow deputies, there are 7 items on today's agenda. Now let's move on to the first item, deliberation of the government work report. Now, I would like to give the floor to Premier of the State Council, Comrade Li Qiang, to deliver the report. Fellow deputies, on behalf of the State Council, I will now report to you on the work of the government for your deliberation, and also for comments from members of the National Committee of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. Part 1. A review of our work in 2025. The year 2025 stood out as truly remarkable. At its 4th plenary session, the 20th Central Committee of CPC set out an inspiring blueprint for China's development over the next 5 years. We commemorated the 80th anniversary of the victory in the Chinese People's War of Resistance against the Japanese aggression and the World Anti-Fascist War. These events have greatly lifted our national spirit, fostered patriotism among our people, and further galvanized the strength for pursuing our goals. Amidst a profound and complex development both at home and abroad, the Party Central Committee, with Comrade Xi Jinping at its core, rallied the Chinese people of all ethnic groups and led them in meeting challenges head-on and working hard with determination, keeping in mind a new development philosophy and pursued high-quality development. Keeping in mind both domestic and international imperatives. Thanks to these efforts, the main goals and tasks for economic and social development in 2025 were accomplished. The 14th five-year plan was brought to a successful conclusion, and solid new strides were made in advancing Chinese modernization. Over the past year, the Chinese economy has proved remarkably resilient. Forging ahead against the headwinds, the economy remained generally stable and steady growth was registered. GDP grew by 5%, reaching 140.19 trillion yuan. Overall employment remained stable, with 12.67 million urban jobs created, and the average surveyed urban unemployment rate stood at 5.2%. Foreign trade registered rapid growth. Significant advances were made in export diversification, and basic equilibrium was maintained in the balance of payments. Public well-being initiatives delivered more robust outcomes. Personal incomes rose in step with economic growth. Poverty alleviation gains were consolidated and expanded. The policy of providing 1 year of free preschool education was implemented, benefiting 14 million children. And over 30 million children under 3 benefited from the child care subsidies launched nationwide last year. Grain output rose to 715 million metric tons. Encouraging headway was made in diffusing risks in key areas. Overall social stability was ensured. Over the past year, China has achieved dynamic, innovation-driven, and high-quality development. New quality productive forces grew steadily, and numerous new advances were made in science and technology. China led the way in research, development, application of AI, biomedicine robots, and quantum technology. New breakthroughs were made in the independent research and development of chips. The Tianwen-2 probe embarked on an interplanetary exploration mission. Large-scale application of Beidou navigation satellite system were extended. And Fujian, China's first domestically built aircraft carrier equipped with an electromagnetic catapult system, was officially commissioned. The industrial structure continued to improve. The value added of high-tech manufacturing and equipment manufacturing grew by 9.4% and 9.2% respectively, while the output of industrial robots and integrated circuits rose by 28% and 10.9% respectively. New energy vehicle output exceeded 16 million units. And the number of electric vehicle charging facilities topped 20 million. A drop of 5.1% in energy consumption per unit of GDP continued to improve. What we achieved in 2025 was indeed hard-won. Rarely in many years have we encountered such a grave and complex landscape where external shocks and challenges were intertwined with domestic difficulties and tough policy choices. The Party Central Committee with Comrade Xi Jinping as core led us in meeting these challenges with pressing ahead with fortitude and composure. We firmly safeguard China's national interest on the international front. On the domestic front, we focus on running our own affairs well. We prepared for the worst-case scenario, striving for the best. Not only did we maintain overall macroeconomic stability and secure new advances in high-quality development, but we also significantly bolstered morale and confidence across society. During this process, we deepen our understanding of what is needed to deliver in economic work under new circumstances. We must fully tap the potential of the economy, both provide policy support and pursue reform and innovation. Both foster market vitality and conduct effective regulation. invest in both physical assets and people, and hone our own capabilities to navigate external challenges. Once again, it has been shown that upholding the centralized unified leadership of the Party Central Committee is the fundamental guarantee for overcoming all difficulties and advancing all of our work. It has been shown that the Chinese people possess the confidence, wisdom, and strength to surmount any obstacle that lies ahead. Last year, we continued to enrich our understanding of and apply Xi Jinping's thought on socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era. We also fully applied the guiding principle from the 20 CPC National Congress and the plenary sessions of the 20 CPC Central Committee. Acting on the decisions and plans of the Party Central Committee, we mainly did the following work. First, we implemented more proactive and effective macro policies and worked to maintain stable economic performance. Early in the year, we took all necessary steps to prepare for emerging complex and volatile situation. In the first quarter, China economy got off to a good start. From the second quarter on, in response to new development facing the economy, particularly the impact of U.S. tariff hikes, we fully leveraged policies already in place and introduced a range of more robust measures to maintain employment and economic stability. These steps effectively cushioned downward economic pressure and ensured the fulfillment of major objectives for the year. We pursue a more proactive fiscal policy and an appropriately accommodative monetary policy. Government spending was increased. We also lowered the policy interest rates and the triple R. Consumer goods trading programs were ramped up, resulting in over 2.6 trillion yuan in commodity sales. Total retail sales of consumer goods topped 50 trillion yuan. To boost effective investment, we stepped up efforts to implement two major projects. Funding for equipment upgrades were allocated and put to use more quickly, driving an 11.8% increase in investment in equipment purchases. New types of policy-backed financial instruments were introduced to guarantee the development of the realistic market. Thanks to that, the coordinated measures, we diffuse risks in small, medium, local financial institutions, help them to deliver the result of these policies. Second, we pursued innovation-driven development and continued to build a modernized industrial system. We implemented strategic plans for building China's strengths in science and technology. Last year, China's R&D spending reached 2.8% of GDP, and the value of technology contract transactions rose by 10.8%. The integration of technological and industrial innovation picked up pace. Transformation and upgrading of traditional industry continued, and the AI Plus initiative continued to strive. AI industrial application gathered pace, and the value added of core digital economy industries exceeded 10.5% of GDP. Third, we further deepened reform and opening up and ensured smooth flows in the national economy. We took solid steps to implement the reform plans adopted at the third plenary session of the 20 CPC Central Committee. We implemented the guidelines on developing a unified national market, issued an updated negative list for market access, and we also gained active results in the reform of SOEs. We also introduced measures to boost the private investment. Overdue payments owed to enterprises were settled. We took the initiative to open China wider and also advanced unilateral opening up in a well-ordered way. Exports for the year grew by 6.1%. Thanks to a new initiative launched to keep foreign investment stable, we have seen good progress, and island-wide special custom operations were launched in the Hainan Free Trade Port. Solid steps were taken to advance high-quality Belt and Road cooperation, further boosting practical cooperation in various fields. Fourth, we moved forward with both new urbanization and all-round rural revitalization, and promoted coordinated development between urban and rural areas and between different regions. In implementing the plan set out at last year's Central Urban Work Conference, we foster modern metropolitan areas and also advance the people moving to cities from rural areas to grant them the permanent urban residency. And the share of permanent urban residents in the total population rose to 67.9%. And we also further consolidate, expand the poverty alleviation gains and bring them integrated with the rural revitalization. The number of employed people across those lifted out of poverty remain at above 30 million. We intensified implementation of regional strategy and enhanced interconnected development among different regions. Fifth, we ensured the people's well-being and actively developed social programs. We adopted a new supportive policy to stabilize employment. We ensured stable employment for key groups. We advanced the 3-year action plan for boosting China's strength in education, and also continue to advance development of the community-level schools. And the medical service were improved and covered all the Grade 2 and Grade 3 public general hospitals in the county level. And we see that the minimum basic old age benefits for rural and non-working urban residents were increased by 20 yuan per month. The private pension system were implemented nationwide. And we delivered more extensive and effective social assistance. Cultural program industry were boosted. Domestic tourist trips increased by 16.2%, and inbound tourist trips by 17.1%. We successfully hosted the 9th Asian Winter Games and the 15th National Games. We also witnessed a strong surge in recreational sports events and public fitness activities. 6. We worked faster to build a beautiful China and advanced green and low-carbon development. We took solid measures to improve both the quality and efficacy of air pollution prevention and control. In cities at and above the prefecture level, the average concentration of fine particulate matter fell by 4.4%. Efforts to conserve major rivers, important lakes, and reservoirs were intensified. And the initiative was launched to build the green and low-carbon transition in key industries. In total energy consumption, the share of non-fossil energy reached 21.7%. China announced its 2035 nationally determined contributions to response to climate change, demonstrating our commitment as a responsible major country.
7. We continue to enhance government performance and develop new and better approaches to social governance. We implemented the party committee's strategic plans for conducting full and rigorous party self-governance, launched a study campaign for fully implementing the 8-point decision on improving work conduct, and strengthened efforts to improve party conduct, build integrity, and combat corruption. We also addressed pointless formalities to lighten the burden on those working on the ground. We continue to build a law-based government. We submitted 13 legislative proposals to the Standing Committee of the NPC, and we also accepted oversight in compliance with the law and handled with careful attention. We also launched a special campaign on regulating enterprise-related administrative law enforcement. We refined the mechanism for ensuring regular headways on key patterns in the delivery of one-stop government services, and the 3-year action plan to address the root causes of workplace accidents and ensure production safety was carried out. And we also take active measures to crack down on illegal and criminal activities of all types in accordance with the law. And all this has led to further progress in advancing the Peaceful China initiative. In 2025, we made new advances in conducting major country diplomacy with China's characteristics. President Xi and other party and state leaders visited many countries and attended a host of major bilateral and multilateral events, including the China Central Asia Summit, the 32nd APEC Economic Leaders Meeting, the Virtual BRICS Summit, and the 20th G20 Summit. China also hosted several major diplomatic events, such as the SCO Tianjin Summit, the Global Leaders Meeting on Women, and the 4th Ministerial Meeting of the China Select Forum. We remained firm in opposing protectionism and unilateral bullying acts, in upholding multilateralism, openness, and cooperation. China proposed the Global Governance Initiative and continued to promote the building of a community with a shared future for mankind, and played a positive and constructive role in addressing global challenges and resolving regional and international hotspot issues. With these efforts, China made important contributions to global peace and development. 2025 marked the conclusion of the 14th five-year plan. Over the past 5 years, the CPC Central Committee with Comrade Xi Jinping at its core has rallied the people of all ethnic groups across the country and led us in responding to the once-in-a-century COVID-19 pandemic and other extraordinary shocks and challenges, and in securing major achievements in the cause of the party and the country. And this has ensured a good beginning for our journey towards the second centenary goal. China's economy reached new heights. China's GDP crossed successive thresholds, topping 110, 120, 130, and 140 trillion yuan. We have registered an annual average growth of 5.4%, well above global average. New breakthroughs were achieved in technological and industrial innovation. R&D spending increased by an annual average of 10%. New strides were made in reform and opening up. We made solid gains in reforms and in progress of unified national market, and all access restrictions on foreign investment in manufacturing were lifted. People's well-being was elevated to a new high. Per capita disposable income increased at an average rate of 5.4%, and a total of over 60 million urban jobs were created. The average life expectancy reached 79.25 years. Fast progress was achieved in ecological conservation. In cities at and above prefecture level, the proportion of days with good or excellent air quality rose to 89.3%. China achieved the world's fastest and largest increase in forest resources and created the world's largest and fast-growing renewable energy system. China's ability to safeguard security has improved. Security capacity was bolstered considerably, and we held firm to the bottom line of not having any systemic risks. Thanks to arduous and unrelenting efforts, we have accomplished all 20 major targets, 17 major strategic targets, and 102 major projects set out in the outline of the 14th five-year plan. Fundamentally, we owe these remarkable achievements to the CPC Central Committee with Comrade Xi Jinping at its core. which has been at the helm charting our course, and to Xi Jinping's thoughts on socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era, which has provided us with sound guidance, and to the concerted efforts of the whole party, the entire military, and the Chinese people of all ethnic groups. On behalf of the State Council, I express my sincere thanks to all the people and to all other political parties, people's organizations, and public figures from all sectors of the society. I convey our heartfelt appreciation to our fellow countrymen and women in the Hong Kong and Macau special administrative regions in Taiwan and those residing overseas. I also extend our sincere appreciation to the governments of other countries, international organizations, and friends across the world that have shown understanding and support for us in China. While recognizing our achievements, we are also clear-eyed about the difficulties and challenges we face. The evolving external environment is exerting a greater impact on China, and geopolitical risks are rising. Global economic momentum remains sluggish, multilateralism and free trade are under severe threat. At home, we still face quite a few problems and challenges, both old and new. In economic development and transformation, the task of transitioning to new growth drivers is formidable. Some enterprises still are having difficulties running their business, and the government is having budgetary revenue issues, and there is still room for improvement in the work of the government. Some policies upon implementation have not delivered as expected. Some officials lack the ability and solutions needed to drive high-quality development. Some officials have a misguided understanding of what it means to perform well, and corruption still occurs frequently in some sectors and localities. While these difficulties are not to be ignored, we still have every reason to be firmly confident. The conditions underpinning China's long-term growth and its underlying trend remain unchanged. And China's advantages of political system and the fact that we are a major country are demonstrating, and we will surely open up even more promising prospects for China's development if we respond to these questions in the right way. Second, main objectives and major tasks for the 15th five-year plan period. In accordance with the recommendations of the Party Committee for formulating the 15th five-year plan period for national economic and social development, the State Council has drafted the outline of the 15th five-year plan for national economic and social development, which has been submitted to this session for your review. I will now brief you on the major indicators and main objectives. We have drafted 20 main indicators covering several areas. In the area of economic development, we cover structure, growth, and efficiency. In the area of innovation, there are altogether 3 indicators. In the area of public well-being, we have proposed indicators covering employment, income, education, medical care, health, elderly care, and child care. Altogether, 7 indicators in the area of public well-being. In the area of green and low-carbon development, in the fields of carbon reduction and pollutants control, there are altogether 5 indicators. In terms of security, there are indicators proposed in the fields of food and energy production capacity. With regards to major strategic tasks, the draft outline set out the major tasks in the following 4 areas. The first is pursuing high-quality development. We want to consolidate the foundation for economic development, centering on a modern industrial system with advanced manufacturing as the backbone. To achieve greater self-reliance and strength in science and technology, we must deliver advances in original innovation and breakthroughs in core technology. In the fields of advancing the Beautiful China initiative, we will further refine our eco-environment. Second, strengthening the domestic economy. We must remain committed to exerting the inherent momentum of the domestic economy, and we will also focus on unleashing the great potential of China as a great manufacturer, and also build a unified national market, and also revitalize the initiatives of all the market players. We will also focus on dual circulation, make the most of all positive market elements.
Third, advancing common prosperity for all. We would like to build a childbirth-friendly society, improve population service, develop education that meets the people's expectation, raise the average years of schooling among the working-age population to 11.7, move faster to both advance the Healthy China initiative and build a country strong in sports, raise life expectancy to 80 years, proactively respond to population aging, and increase the share of nursing beds in elderly care facilities to 73%, promote high-quality full employment, improve the income distribution system, and refine the social security system. We'll continue to consolidate and expand our poverty alleviation gains. Fourth, ensuring both development and security. We will take measures to guarantee that the supply capability for food, energy, and resources, and make sure that the grain production capacity could reach 725 million metric tons, and in overall energy production capacity to the equivalent of 5.8 billion metric tons of standard coals. Third, major projects to consider the consistency of the projects. The draft outline processed a total of 109 major projects in 6 areas based on a full consideration of their strategic value, guiding role, and continuity. We would like to let the government taking the lead and also drive the whole society to participate. And we will fill in that the shortcomings and also to sustain the growth. Looking forward, we are fully confident about the future. Under the strong leadership of the Party Central Committee with Comrade Xi Jinping at its core, with the concerted efforts of all of us across the country, we will surely turn the inspiring blueprint of the 15th Five-Year Plan into a living reality. Part 3. Overall requirements and policy orientations for economic and social development in 2026. This year is the first year of the 15th Five-Year Plan period. To deliver in our work, we in government must, under the strong leadership of the Party Central Committee with Comrade Xi Jinping at its core, do the following. Follow the guidance of Xi Jinping's thought on socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era, fully implement the guiding principles from the party's 20th National Congress and the plenary sessions of the 20th Party Central Committee, act on the guideline of the 4th plenary session of the 20th Party Central Committee and last year's Central Economic Work Conference, fully and faithfully apply the new development philosophy on all fronts, move faster to foster a new pattern of development, and promote high-quality development. Adhere to the general principle of pursuing progress while ensuring stability, keep in mind both domestic and international parameters, imperatives, better ensure both development and security, implement more proactive and effective macro policies, make our policies more forward-looking, targeted, and coordinated, further boost domestic demand, improve supply, optimize the allocation of new resources while making the best use of existing ones, develop new quality productive forces in light of local conditions, advance the development of a unified national market, continue to prevent and diffuse risks in key areas, provide greater support to keep employment, enterprises, operations, markets, and expectations stable, promote high-quality economic growth while achieving appropriate increase in economic output, maintain social harmony and stability. All these will ensure we got off to a good start in the 15th five-year plan period. The main targets for development this year are as follows: GDP growth of 4.5 to 5%, while striving for better in practice. Surveyed urban unemployment rate of around 5.5%. Over 12 million new urban jobs. CPI increase of around 2%. Personal income growth in step with economic growth. A basic equilibrium in the balance of payments. Grain output of around 700 million metric tons. A reduction of around 3.8% in carbon dioxide emissions per unit of GDP. In proposing these targets, we have considered the need to leave some room for structural adjustments, risk prevention, and reform in the opening year of this five-year plan period, so as to lay a solid foundation for delivering better performance in the coming years. The GDP growth target is well aligned with our long-range objectives through the year 2035, and also in line with the long-term growth potential of China's economy. As favorable conditions for achieving these targets are in place, all local governments should, in light of local realities, make solid efforts to deliver good outcomes. In terms of policy orientation, we would like to pursue the growth progress while ensuring stability, improve both the quality and performance of growth, boost synergy between adopted policies and new ones, enhance counter and cross-cyclical adjustments, and make macroeconomic governance more effective. We will continue to implement a more proactive fiscal policy. The deficit to GDP ratio for this year is set at around 4%. The government deficit is set at 5.89 trillion yuan. 230 billion yuan more than last year. A total of 1.3 trillion yuan of ultra-long special treasury bonds will be issued to support two major strategies and two new programs. A total of 300 billion yuan of special treasury bonds will be issued to enable large state-owned commercial banks to replenish their capital. This year, 4.4 trillion yuan of local government special purpose bonds will be issued to support major projects implementation, replenish hidden debts, and also settle overdue payments owed by governments. We will continue to improve spending structure and make that the government spending, fiscal spending, in a better way to use. The central government will increase its fiscal transfer payment to local governments in order to make sure that at the primary level, basic living needs are met, salaries are paid, and governments function normally. And we will further reinforce financial economic discipline, strengthen budget constraints, and strictly control general expenditures. Every cent we save must be spent on solving critical development problems and meeting people's urgent needs. We will continue to apply appropriately accommodative monetary policy. We will maintain adequate liquidity. The increase of aggregate financing and monetary supply in step with projected economic growth and CPI levels. We will develop new and better structural monetary policy instruments, smooth out the channels for monetary policy transmissions, and also get financial institutions to boost support for key priorities such as domestic demand expansion, scientific and technological innovation, macro, small, medium enterprises. We will continue to lower and kept general lower level for the overall financing cost. We will improve coordination between reform measures and macro policies. We will remove the bottleneck and obstacles impeding economic flows through reform and cultivate internal growth momentum. We will enhance the consistency of our macro policy orientation, make such policies more effective. All policies we would like to place and introduced, and then they could form the synergy, and we will boost the coordination among different policies. We will refine the mechanism for managing expectations to bolster public confidence. Fourth,
first, build a strong, unified national market and build plans for income increase for both urban and countryside dwellers. And we will also build we will also roll out a number of substantial measures to help farmers to increase their revenues and income. And also we will also allocate 250 billion yuan worth of super long-term national bond to help the enterprises. And we will also allocate 100 billion yuan special fiscal financial coordination fund, and we will make the best use of combined measures such as loan interest subsidies, financing guarantee, and risk compensation. We will broaden the coverage of low interest subsidies for personal consumers and service entities, and we will also revitalize offline consumption and phase out illegitimate barriers for consumption, and we will also introduce for primary and secondary school students in localities where conditions meet the spring and autumn holidays. This year, we have a total of 755 billion yuan earmarked in this year's central government budget for investments, and we will also allocate 800 billion yuan raised from ultra-long special treasury bonds to implement major national strategies and enhance security capacity in key areas. And quotas for local government special purpose bonds earmarked for projects will be raised and placed under separate management, and a total of 800 billion yuan will be allocated from the ultra-long special treasury bonds. This will be driving the vitality of private sector investments. Second, foster new growth drivers at a faster pace. We will upgrade traditional industries, and 200 billion yuan will be raised from ultra-long special treasury to support large-scale equipment upgrades. We will launch a new round of initiatives to drive high-quality development in key manufacturing chains. In the meantime, we will channel more support to SMEs in digital transformation. A number of smart factories and intelligent supply chains will be built to enhance smart manufacturing, and we will also foster standards, enhance quality oversight, and promote brand building. We will nurture emerging industries and industries of the future. The Industrial Innovation Project will be rolled out to encourage central government enterprises and other SOEs to take the lead in application scenario expansion, and in the fields of aviation and aerospace, biomedicine, and low-altitude economy, we will foster some emerging pillars, and we will also nurture industries of the future, such as future energy, quantum technology, embodied AI, brain-computer interfaces, and 6G technology, among other future-oriented industries. We will roll out mechanisms to help grow SMEs that use specialized and sophisticated technologies so that they will become the leaders of future technology. We will also enhance the capacity and quality of the service sector. Efforts will be made to press ahead with trials to promote integrated development of advanced manufacturing and modern services, covering finance, modern logistics, intellectual property services, and inspection and testing. And we will also work to boost the quality, diversity, and accessibility of consumer services. And market access will be further expanded for investment in priority areas. And we will also create new forms of small economy. And this means expanding the AI Plus initiative, promoting faster application and commercial application of AI agents. And we will also launch super large-scale AI application and hyperscale intelligent computing clusters. And we will also develop satellite internet and build high-quality data sets so as to improve AI governance. 3. Moving faster to achieve greater self-reliance and strengthen science and technology. We should seize the historic opportunities for technological revolution and industrial transformation to raise our capacity across major fields of technology. We will drive advances in original innovation and breakthroughs in core technologies in key fields, and we will also enhance the R&D spending on basic research and build China's strengths in strategic science and technology in a coordinated way and ensure self-sufficiency in science and technology. We will promote scientific and technological literacy among the public and promote the spirit of innovation. Efforts will be made to pursue full integration between technological and industrial innovation. The Beijing, Tianjin, Hebei, and Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau Greater Bay Area will be built into international centers for science-tech innovation. We will build them into world-class innovation engines. The principal role of enterprises in innovation will be reinforced, and we will also create innovation and consortia and undertake more major national science and technology projects. And we will also empower innovation and creation with fintech. Efforts will also be made to promote integrated development of education, science, technology, and talents. The integrated mechanism will be rolled out to boost coordination across development plans, and we will improve mechanisms for ensuring talent training, and we will also cultivate a higher quality of talents and build national centers for interdisciplinary studies and to do more to cultivate top-tier homegrown innovators. We will also deliver smooth channels for talent exchanges so that talents of all types can leverage their potential in China. 4. Continue to deepen reforms in key areas. We will intensify efforts to build a unified national market. The regulations will be drawn up on developing a unified national market. We will also work out a list of do's and don'ts for local governments, investment attractions, and roll out better regulatory policies on tax breaks and government subsidies. And we will also address monopolies and unfair competition with greater intensity so as to build a good and sound market environment and roll out a number of pilot programs. So more and more qualified regions and cities will be included in this pilot program. We will also reform the fiscal, tax, and financial system. Fiscal resources and budgets will be further and better coordinated so as to raise the share of state capital gains that are collected by the central government. And we will also promote sound fiscal management and advance and improve local tax systems and expand the sources of tax revenue at the local level. And we will also optimize the scope and rate of exercise tax and move its collection on some items further down the production to consumption chain. And we will also improve the payment system for investment. We will also energize all market entities. The two unswerving initiative will be consolidated. The SOE and the state capital reform will be further strengthened to refine the layout of the state-owned sector. We will also champion the enterprising spirit so as to drive the overall development of the private sector. We will refine the modern corporate system and address wage arrears and undue payments for enterprises so that enterprises can be settled in their developments. 5. Expanding high standard opening up. We will take the initiative to open wider to the outside world. In the service sector in particular, we will expand market access and open up more areas. We will further expand opening up trails for value-added telecom services and also refine the comprehensive demonstration zones for free trade zones, and we will advance the efforts in the Hainan Free Trade Zone. And we will also keep the volume of foreign trade stable and refine its mixes, and we will give both credit and credit insurance support, expand cross-border use of RMB, and ensure integrated development of trade and investment of the domestic and foreign trade, and cross-border commerce plus overseas warehouse models will be further scaled up, and intermediary delivery and services will be further enhanced, and we support service exports and boost imports to promote balanced trade and further facilitate cross-border trade. We will also expand two-way investment cooperation. We will deepen reform of the institutional framework for promoting foreign investment and ensure national treatment for foreign-funded enterprises. A new edition of the Catalogue of Encouraged Industries for Foreign Investment will be implemented, and foreign-funded enterprises will be encouraged to reinvest in China and expand production locally. We will enhance services and support for foreign-funded enterprises, and development zones and industrial parks of all types will be better supported, and we will also guide the overseas distribution of industrial layouts and improve comprehensive overseas service. We will pursue high-quality Belt and Road cooperation, and this means strengthening strategic alignment with the Belt and Road partners and roll out a number of small but beautiful public well-being projects so that our development results can benefit more people.
6. Advancing all-round rural revitalization. We will always committed to green production, keep a firm focus on green production, and we will place equal emphasis on output and capacity, production and conservation, and output expansion and income growth. We'll step up efforts in the initiative to raise green production capacity by 50 million metric tons and increase output of green and edible oil stable. And we will continue to boost the seeds industry and also to grow the high-quality land and also boost development of the advanced machinery and maintain that the crop prices in a reasonable range. All localities should shoulder their due responsibility and make sure that food security is well guaranteed. We will provide regular targeted assistance. We will bring that into the plan of rural revitalization so as to guard against any large-scale lapse or relapse into poverty. Assistance policy will generally remain unchanged. We will increase employment and industry. We will continue to provide follow-up support to people relocated from inhospitable areas, and we will also help them to enjoy faster growth and boost internal growth momentum of these areas. We will continue to advance rural revitalization and rural reform and development. Province-wide trials on extending rural land contracts by another 30 years upon the expiration of the current second round of contracts will be conducted across the country. We will develop the local distinctive industries and help that the local farmers increasing their income. And we will also also to improve the weak links in the living environment, and so that we could build a beautiful and harmonious countryside for people to live and work in. 7th, advancing new urbanization and coordinated regional development. We will continue to promote a people-centered new urbanization. Well-conceived and systematic measures will be taken to grant permanent urban residence to people who move to cities from rural areas, and also that we ensure more children of rural migrant workers can take high school entrance examinations in their current place of residence. And we will continue to renovate the residential compounds, old urban residential compound and the urban village. And we will boost development of projects for ensuring urban infrastructure, and also we will emphasize on the zoning function and the localities should based on their defined functions to leverage their competitive advantages, and develop that the places the provinces should take greater responsibilities. And we will deepen the administrative region cooperation. 8th, taking stronger measures to ensure and improve the people's well-being. We will promote high-quality food employment. We will bolster support for employment through various policies. And for the graduates and other young people, we will also introduce policies to support them to find a job. And for the people in flexible employment and a new form of employment, they will participate in social security programs. And we will also facilitate employment and entrepreneurship through better adaptation to the development of AI technology. We will also guarantee the payment to the rural migrant workers. And we will also conduct large-scale training programs for upgrading vocational skills to equip more workers with marketable skills that will help them secure better jobs and higher earnings. We will enhance education, equity, and quality. We will carry out the project on fostering virtual through education in the new era, and also increase the quality of the education. And for the free preschool education, will continue to refine the policy and increase the supply of regular senior secondary school places. Enrollment in quality undergraduate program will continue to expand it. We will also enhance the school capability with distinctive features. We will also to build that system that the schools, society, and families collaboration together. And we will also make sure that the students and young people realize well-rounded development. We will strengthen basic medical and health services. We will deepen the reform of public hospitals to see that they better serve the public interest, and provide greater operational support for county, district, and the community-level medical institutes. And we will also to optimize the position, the function of the medical institute, and we will also continue to ensure better medication continuity at primary-level medical institute, and we will promote preservation, innovative development of TCM, and the government subsidy for basic medical insurance for rural and non-working urban residents will be raised by 24 yuan per person, and we will continue to do the central procurement work, and we will also boost the high-quality development of innovative drugs and medical devices so as to better meet people's diverse needs for medicines and medical services. We will improve social security and social services. Minimum basic old age benefits for rural and non-working urban residents will be raised by 20 yuan per month. And we will continue that the consistency of the social insurance transferring to different locations. We will also boost the development of rural the elderly care services and boost development of the silver economy. And we will also carry out a project to boost the rehabilitation service. And for the senior people and also that the people with disabilities, they will receive more support. And we will develop the integrated development of the childcare and the nursing services. We will also to make better use of the resources and also to provide social assistance by tiers and in different categories. We will better meet people's needs in terms of the cultural.
And we will follow the core socialist values in guiding cultural development, and we will develop the press, publishing, radio, film, television, literature, art, and other fields in promoting their production. And we will also encourage museums, public libraries, and cultural centers to open to the public and improve the service system for the public. And we will also develop high-quality cultural tourism and develop an integrated business farm. And we will also develop more popular public sports activities. And 9, accelerating the green transition across the board. We will step up comprehensive efforts to improve the environment, and we will ensure blue skies, clear water, and clean lands. And we will formulate plans to ensure air quality improvement. The natural reserve land will be comprehensively upgraded so as to ensure clear sky and lucid water. And we will also boost the green and low carbon economy. And in major fields, we will roll out green and low carbon development plans, and the national low carbon fund will be established to drive clean energy transition, and we will actively work towards peaking carbon emissions and achieving carbon neutrality. And the system will be rolled out to control both the total amount and intensity of carbon emissions. And the system for managing footprint will be refined, and the new national electric power system will be improved so as to accelerate the construction of smart grid and efficient use of fossil fuels. 10, strengthening risk prevention and mitigation and enhancing security capacity in key areas. We will work to stabilize the real estate market, and city-specific policies will be rolled out to refine supply and boost demand. And we will take measures to engage in reforms of the housing providence and fund system. And we will also launch an action plan to improve property management services. And we will also roll out some additional measures. Efforts will also be taken to diffuse local government debt risks. And this includes diffuse hidden debt risks at a faster pace. And stringent measures will be taken to prevent fraudulent debt resolution. A number of measures will be adopted to diffuse operational debt risks in local government financing platforms. And a long-term mechanism will be established to conduct unified government debt management. We will also take active measures to diffuse financial risks. Local SMEs will be encouraged to get involved in diffusing financial risks, and we will also strengthen early warning and early rectification measures for risks. We will safeguard national security and social stability. We will fully apply a holistic approach to national security, improve the national security governance, and we will strengthen safe production, enhance the foundation of disaster and risk relief. And in northern countries, we will shore up infrastructure and emergency response and other weak links. The social governance system will be improved, and we will support the multimodal dispute handling framework at the local level. And we will also build a greater and safer China.
新的形势和任务对政府工作提出了更高要求。
With new circumstances and challenges,
及其工作人员
higher requirements are posed for the government, and we will have to gain a deeper understanding about the two establishes and remain committed to the four confidences and to do well in terms of two establishes, and we need to stay aligned to the CPC Central Committee with Comrade Xi Jinping at the core. And also we have to shore up the responsibility in stricter party self-governance, and we will combine with the efforts of cracking down on corruption and legitimate behaviors that are related to people's lives. And we will also engage in substantial efforts. We will build a law-based government and perform our duties in accordance with the Constitution and the law. And we will accept the oversight of the National People's Congress and the government. And we will also accept the supervision of the society through public opinion and media. Efforts will be made to increase the administrative efficiency, and also we will take solid steps to make government affairs more transparent and improve the way we communicate and explain policies to the public. And we will explore new models of high-quality development and work very hard to fight against formalities and bureaucracies to lower the burden for grassroots-level government. We will build a greater environment for talents, for public opinions, and also for the business. And across the society, we are going to foster a unified strength of high-quality development. With the focus on forging a strong sense of the community for the Chinese nation, we will promote such sense of community, and we will adhere to the party's basic policy on religious affairs, ensure that religions in China are Chinese in orientation, and we will implement the party's policy on overseas Chinese affairs and protect the legitimate rights and interests of Chinese nationals residing abroad and those who have returned to China. Last year saw new achievements in modernizing national defense and the armed forces. This year, we will continue to apply Xi Jinping's thoughts on strengthening the military and implement the military strategy for the new era. We will stay committed to the party's absolute leadership over the people's armed forces and fully and thoroughly implement the system of ultimate responsibility resting with the chairman of the Central Military Commission. And we will improve military political conduct and make major strides towards the centenary goal of the PLA, and we will make solid gains in military training and combat readiness. Efforts will also be made to strengthen the military during the 15th five-year plan period and enhance military civilian reforms and unity. And we will resolutely implement the policy of one country, two systems, under which the people of Hong Kong administer Hong Kong and people of Macau administer Macau. And we will see that Hong Kong and Macau are administered by patriots, so that Hong Kong and Macau can better integrate into and contribute to the country's overall development and ensure long-term prosperity and stability. And we will fully implement the party's overall policy for the new era on resolving the Taiwan question. We will stay committed to the One China principle and the 1992 consensus, resolutely fight against separatist forces aimed at Taiwan independence and oppose external interference so as to promote the peaceful development of cross-strait relations and advance the cause of national reunification. We will stay committed to an independent foreign policy of peace and to peaceful development. And we will safeguard international fairness and justice. China stands ready to work with all members of the international community to promote the Global Development Initiative, Global Security Initiative, and the Global Civilization Initiative, as well as the Global Governance Initiative, so as to build a community of shared future for mankind. Fellow deputies, the blueprint has been drawn and the time for action has come. Let us rally more closely around the CPC Central Committee with Comrade Qi at its core, hold high the great banner of socialism with Chinese characteristics, and follow the guidance of Xi Jinping thought on socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era. Let us forge ahead with one heart to accomplish the objectives and tasks for this year's economic and social development and get off to a good start in implementing the 15th five-year plan. Let us strive to build a great country and advance national rejuvenation on all fronts through China's modernization.
大家上午好。14届全国人大
Good morning.
4次会议首场部长通道
first
采访活动现在开
Ministers'
始。
Corridor of the fourth session of the
今天
14th
大会
National
新闻
People's
中心
Congress
邀请了
now
3位
begins.
部长
We have
接受
invited
大家的采
3
访，
ministers
回应
this
社
morning
会各界的关
to
切。
this corridor
3位
to
部长分
answer
别
your
是
questions.
科技部
They
部
are
长
Minister
殷和
of
俊
Science and
工业和
Technology
信息
Yin
化部部
He-jun,
长李乐
Minister
成
of Industry and Information
国务院
Technology
国有
Li
资
Le
产
Cheng,
监督管理委员会
and
主任张玉卓。
Chairman Zhang Yuzhuo
下面
from
我们有请
SASAC.
第一位部长
Now
科技
let's
部部长
give the floor
殷和俊。
to the first minister, Minister of Science and Technology, Yin He-jun.
好，请大家提问。
Now the floor is open.
好，请正面对着我这位穿咖啡色的女记者提问。
First question, please.
谢谢主持人。殷部长
Thank
您
you.
好，中央广播电视总台
And
记者
good
提问。
morning, Minister
我们都知
Yin
道，
with
15规划建
CMJ.
议将科技自
The
立自强水
15th
平大
five-year
幅提高
plan
列为经济社会发展的
emphasizes
主要
the
目标之
scaling
一
up，of
并且强调
science
以
tech
科技创
capacity,
新
and
引
it
领
also
新质
emphasizes
生产力发展。
the
所以想请问
driving
您
of
在15时期，我们
scientific
的
and
科技工作
technological
将会在
innovation
哪些方面来
in
进行重
driving
点的安排和部
productivity,
署
and what are？
谢
the
谢。
key plans of the Ministry of Science and
谢谢
Technology
你的提问。
under this framework?
各位媒
Thank
体
you for your
朋友们
question.
首先，我
Dear
代表
friends
科
from
技部
media, first,
感谢大
on
家
behalf
长期以来
of the
对
Ministry
科
of
技工
Science
作
and
的
Technology,
关心
I
和
would like
支
to
持。
express my sincere gratitude
在以习
to
近
all
平
of
同
you
志
for
为
showing
核
concern
心
and
的党
support
中
to
央
our
坚强
work
领导下，
under the strong leadership
我国科
of
技事
CPC
业
Central Committee with Comrade Xi
快速
Jinping
发展。
at its core, China has
科
made
技实力
important and
跃
rapid
上新
strides
台阶，
in science and technology. We
创
have
新指数
been elevated to a new
上
level.
升
The
至
innovation
全球第
index
10位。
has been elevated to 10th
2025
globally.
年，
In
全
2025,
社会研发投入
the total
超过
R&D investment
3.92万亿元，
of the
强度
country
达到
exceeded
2.8%。
3.92
其中基础
trillion
研究的
RMB,
投入
reaching more than 2% of
接近
its GDP.
2800
And we also invested 280
比重达
billion
到
yuan in
7.08%，
basic research,
首
accounting
次
for
破七，
7.08%,
创历史新高。
exceeding 7% for the first time and reaching
科技
a
成果
record high.
蓬勃发展，
Technological
大量涌现。人形
innovation
机器人是
has
大放异彩。
been emerging from all across the board, and AI
从
is
去年的
blowing our mind. And from the Spring Festival Gala,
算手绢儿，
you saw last year
到今年的翻
the
跟头，
U-bot, the dancing bot, and
也小
this year we saw the robots
18大
practicing martial arts
竞相展示，
and giving us all those
开
acrobatic
源大模
moves.
型
Open-sourced
全球
large models of China are leading the
取
world.
得新突破。
And we also made important breakthroughs
创新
in
药
chip making.
迅速在
Innovative
发展。
drugs are also developing very
去
quickly.
年
And last
中国
year,
批准的创新药
China
达到
approved
76个，
a total of 76 innovative drugs.
对外授权交易的总额
We have
超
authorized
过
a total
1300亿美金，
of more than $130 billion
科技赋
for
能各行各业，
cross-border transaction
有力
of
提升
drugs.
人民生活
Science
品
and
质。
technology have effectively
在
improved
支撑盈利
people's
高质量发展，
livelihood
推
in
动
supporting high-quality development
中国
and
是现代化的
facilitating
进程中
China's
的作用
modernization.
充分彰显。
They have played a more
15
important role. And during the 15th
是
five-year plan,
加快实现高水平科技治理自
which
己，
is a period of
建设科技
accelerating the
强国的
pace of scientific
关键
development
时
and
期。
building China into a strong
我们
power
将
of technology.
坚决贯
And
彻
we will
习近平总书记
remain committed
关于科技创新
to
的
the
重要
important
论述，
instructions of
认真
General
落实
Secretary Xi
党中
Jinping
央国务
on
院决策
science and
部署，
technology and follow through the important decisions
牢牢把握
made by the State Council
科技
and
强国
Party
建
Central
设
Committee and grasp
牢
with
牢
the
把
key
握
targets of building China into a
新
strong
科技革命，
power of
产业
technology.
变革
We will
历史机遇
grasp with the historic opportunities
牢牢
of the new round of technological
国际科技竞
revolution
争态势，
and also
强化
follow
统
the
筹化，系统布局，
general landscape
重点
of
想抓好以下
science
几
tech
方面。
globally. And specifically, we're going to focus
一
on
是
the following areas.
加强
One,
原创性，引领
strengthen original innovation and
全链条部
technological
署
breakthroughs.
国家重大
We will
科技任务，加强基础研究的
carry out major
体系化部
SciTech
署，
research
加强
targets
人工
and
智能、
roll
量
out
子科技
systemic
等
arrangements
前沿领域的
covering AI and quantum technology, among other
还要
emerging
着力解决
technologies.
创新发展中的
Meanwhile,
一切
we will
卡点堵点问题。
solve all the bottleneck issues standing in the way of innovation.
二是
Two,
以科技创新引领新质生产力发展。
SciTech innovation will
我
drive
们要聚
the
焦
development of new
现代
quality
化产
productive
业体
forces,
系
and
建
we are going
设
to focus on the key
推
task
动
of
传
building
统
a
产业
modernized
转型
industrial
升级
system and cultivate the
让老树
transformation
发现
of traditional industries so that
培
they
壮
can
大
generate new
新兴
vitality.
产业，
And this will help us
打
boost
造更多
emerging
万亿级
industries
的产
and
业
build
集团。
more industrial clusters
前
with
瞻
the
布局
scale and
未来
volume
产
of more than 1 trillion
不
RMB.
但培育
And we will also
新
make
的经济制度，
deployment over
三是
strategic emerging new
要提
industries.
升国家
Three,
创新体系的
improve
整体效率，
the overall efficiency
加
of
强
China's
战略科技力量建设，
innovation
强
initiative
化系
and
统创新，
strengthen integrated
加
innovation
强区域创新
and
体系建设，
enhance
特别是要
regional
加强
innovation
北
systems.
京
In particular,
京津冀、上海
Beijing
长三角
Tianjin-Hebei
粤
area
港澳大
and the
湾区
Shanghai
三
Yangtze
大国际科技创新的
River Delta
原始创新策源，
and the Pearl River Delta.
高端产业引领，
And this will become highlands of
顶尖人才
SciTech innovation, the cultivation of talents,
打造国家战略科技
and
力
they
量
will
的
also become the key pillars of China's strategic
还要
SciTech capacity.
推动
In the meantime,
强化洋地系统，
we are going to strengthen the integration between the central government level and the local level
从而
in
形成
advancing
全国
the
科技创新
combination of
一盘棋的
education and technology.
格局。四是
And four,
要打造世界一流的创新生态。
and build world-class innovation ecosystems.
我们将加强科技基础能力建设，
We are going to strengthen our capacity in basic research of technology and
要加强
integrate our efforts in building a number of major infrastructure for technological research and build integrated infrastructure for high-end researches
建设，
and also build a number of data centers so as to enable sharing of resources.
深化科技评价改革，
Additionally, we are going to reform the assessment mechanism for
科研创新
SciTech
建设，
innovation and build a
加强
better
知识产
system
权保护，
for the protection of intellectual
大力
property
发展
rights
科技技术，
and work vigorously to develop an
大力
economy
弘
that is
扬
driven
科
by
学
technology. And we will also
周
promote
还要
and
加
champion
强
the spirits of
国际
scientific
交流
research and strengthen international exchanges in
积
this
极
regard
参与
and
牵头
actively
组织国际
participate
大科学计划
in major global projects of
请继续提问。
technological
好，请北
research.
区靠北
Next
侧的
question,
那位
please.
穿白色西服的女记者提问。
谢谢主持人。科技日报记者
Thank
提问
you.，
部长好。
Science
因为
Daily.
当前科技
Good
创新
morning,
正在为我国
Minister.
产业发展持续
Right
注入
now,
新
we
动
know
能，
technology
推动产业
innovation
向新
continue
向
to
好。那政
contributing,
府工作报告
injecting
也
new
对于进
impetus
一步推
into
动科技
China's
创
industrial
新和产业
development.
创新的
And
深度
in
融
the
合做出了部
report,
署。
and we
想
could
请问
see
部长，
that
在这方
arrangement
面我
for
们目
the
前已
further
经取得了哪些
integration of
比较重要
technological
的进
innovation
展
and
和
industrial
成效？
innovation.
那下一
We
步
would like
还
to
有哪
ask
些
the
举
Minister
措？
what's
谢
the
谢。
progress have been made and what's the
谢谢
plan
你的
next?
提问。
Thank you for your question.
党中央一直对科技创新和产
The
业
CPC
创
Central
新融
Committee
合发展高度重视，
has always placed great
做出
importance
系列
on scientific
战略部署。
technological innovation and integration of
成效也
innovation and
十分明
industrial
显。
development. We
到
could
目
see that
前
there are a range of strategic
三星
arrangements
经济
with
增加
remarkable results.
占 GDP 的
Right now, we
比
could
重
see the added value
超
of
过
the three new
10%。
economies accounts for more than 10%
全球
of China's GDP.
工业研发投入2000强企业中
In the global industrial R&D investment among the top 2,000 enterprises, 225 actually come from Chinese mainland, accounting for 26.3%. If we look at the top 100 innovative clusters in the world, Shenzhen, Hong Kong, and Guangzhou rank first in the world. Beijing ranks number 4, and Shanghai and Suzhou rank number 6. And during the 14th five-year plan, the Party Central Committee for the next 5 years could see that placed great emphasis on the integration and also raised new and higher requirements in this regard. We will first understand that the innovation needs and industrial needs, and also we relies closely on scientific technological innovation. Previously, we first had the scientific result outcomes and then thought about how we could commercialize all them. We should change our mindset in this regard. We should accelerate the formation of new patents and mechanisms so they could actually develop all at the same time. So from that, a strength in technology and to that the strengths in the manufacturing, and also we would like to bring all things together to help us transform from a strong science and technology country, manufacturing country, to a strong economy and a strong country. So we will do the following. First, we will strengthen high-level scientific and technological supply, and we will quickly implement a number of major programs covering the integrated circuits, AI, biomanufacturing, quantum technology, brain computer interface, and also the nuclear fusion energy and other fields. We will provide solid and strong support for the industrial development. And second, we will also emphasize the leading position of enterprises in technological innovation. As we know, that enterprises actually are the intersection of the innovation chain and the industrial chain. So that is why we should accelerate development of leading science and technology enterprises and also encourage more innovation resources together around enterprises. So enterprises could have that facility and capability to lead innovation and also to conduct innovation among industry, academia, and research institutes. And we could also encourage them to undertake more tasks of tackling key programs. And we also will further increase the proportion of R&D expenses that can be deducted from taxable income. Third, we will also accelerate the efficient transformation and application of science and technological achievements. So the key actually is to deepen the reform of transformation of scientific technological outcomes and to coordinate the construction of a concept verification, pilot verification platforms, and also to be more open and also to increase more application scenarios so that the new technological and products, they can have more available application scenarios. And also at the same time, we should also guide and channel the capital to invest in small products and also invest for the long term and invest in hard technology, providing fundamental effective support for the integrated development of technological innovation industrial development. And fourth, we support local pilot programs. And they should further leverage the strengths and also the better use the resource endorsement so they could develop their innovative strengths and foster distinctive industries. And also we encourage cross-regional cooperation so we could also build urban collaboration and clusters so they could build that the synergy to realize development. Thank you.
下面我们有请第二位部长。
And now let's bring on Minister Li Lecheng from the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology.
Now
the floor is open. First question, please. Thank you. With Southern Urban Daily, my question is that during the 15th five-year plan period, we reiterate building the strong foundations of manufacturing, and we are going to build a modern industrial system centered on manufacturing. This was also mentioned in the government work report. And what will the MIIT do in this regard? Thank you very much for your question, and taking this opportunity, I would like to also express my thanks to the media for showing support and following our developments. And the modern industrial system is the material foundation of China's modernization, and industry is the core of such foundation. The Party Central Committee and the State Council pay high attention to modern industrial system, and General Secretary Xi has reiterated on many different occasions of building a modern industrial system. In 2025, in the field of industry and information technology, we have followed through the decisions of the State Council and CPC Central Committee. We have engaged in integrated innovation in diffusing risks, and the industrial added value reached 41.7 trillion yuan, contributing to 35% of China's GDP growth. And China has a complete set of industrial sectors, and we're ranking #1 in this regard. This has further consolidated our status as the leading manufacturer in the whole world. And we are going to optimized, we're going to be more green and further refined, and we need to develop new momentums. This includes the record sales of new energy vehicles and aerospace equipment. Aeronautic tools have seen double-digit growth, and brain chip interface has saw some major breakthroughs, and we are also going to optimize the traditional industries, and the pace has accelerated, and the added value of manufacturing sectors above designated sites reached 36.8%. And we're also going to strengthen the intelligence level of technology, and this means integrated application of different types of technologies in 41 industrial sectors. We have also made new progress in small growth, and we have 42 small factories and more than 1,000 5G factories. We also have another keyword, which is green orientation, and green transformation is taking solid steps in China. The energy consumption of enterprises above designated sizes has been going down, and in 2026 we will earnestly follow through the targets outlined in the government work report and build a modern industrial system. To this end, we need to stabilize growth in major sectors, and we support major industrial provinces and cities to take the lead, and centering on both demand and supply, we will combine a number of measures to boost investment, stabilize exports, and attract more production elements to come into China. This includes patient capital, talents, venture capital. They will be swimming into the manufacturing industry so as to ensure sufficient amount of investment in this field. And we also need to talk about technological innovation and industrial innovation. They need to be integrated. And this is an approach we must take, and the industry must support the innovation of technology, and the two needs to be integrated. And we also need to seek technological innovation across all different industrial chains, and this will allow them to be translated into new productive forces. We also need to strengthen the support to enterprises, in particular small and medium-sized enterprises and little giants and enterprises with sophisticated technologies. And this means we have to build better service platforms with more innovative services so as to increase the sense of gains for enterprises. We have to play the role as a platform. We need to enhance the quality of industrial parks, roll out low-carbon digital parks, and support high-tech zones to have greater development. And we support national-level high-tech zones to embrace the new tracks of technology going into the future. And we also will do a good job in building the national cluster of emerging industries. And this will entail the construction of national manufacturing platform and national smart manufacturing center. Last but not least, we have to do a good job in governance. Without modern governance, there can be no modern industrial system. We have to fight against rat race on the market and conduct governance according to the law and practice self-governance of the industry. Also, we need to step up governance and regulation, centering on the construction of a unified national market. We need to focus equally on monitoring, oversight, and comprehensive governance. If we can do all this, we will build a market that is law-based, more international, and much more modernized. Next question, please.
谢谢主持人，人民日报记者提问。部长您好。 近来关于人工智能的话题热度很高。
Thirdly, we know AI is always a quite trendy topic, and also in the government work report, also mentioned many times about artificial intelligence. How you read the development of AI in China, and in terms of innovating artificial intelligence, what measures will the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology will take? Thank you very much, and you actually pay attention to this year's Premier's government work report. You mentioned many times AI, and we know in recent years the popularity of AI actually has remained really high attention. And we know that the Spring Festival Gala actually you could see that the humanoid robots took the stage to show their skills. And also the spokesperson yesterday also mentioned this. The rapid progress of the robots actually has amazed us. And we talk about the stage or the performance on this robot stage. It's not just about martial arts or talent, but it represents the cutting-edge technology of China's AI development. From scientific and technological breakthroughs to practical application, it showcases China's AI industry's innovation capability and its recent development. It also actually introduced the new application into everyone's day-to-day life, into the public view. And actually, this is also add more that application scenarios and also become a strong driving force for high-quality economic development. And by 2025, the scale of AI core industry reaching 1.2 trillion yuan, over 6,200 enterprises. In this regard, three highlights. First, China's large language model is going global. Last year, Chinese companies launched the open-source large language model, ranking first in global downloads, significantly reduce the barriers to AI usage and lower the associated cost. And also, this enhance AI's accessibility. And today, in the government work report, the Premier also mentioned that the domestic open-source LLM are leading the global open-source ecosystem. Second is to empower production. We could see that more than 30% of industrial enterprises above the designated size in China actually already apply or adopted AI technologies. This is the number by the end of last year. You could see that unmanned the production or that the human-machine collaboration are becoming a common scene in workshops and factories. That covers in areas such as improving design, manufacturing, efficiency improvement, quality inspection, and other aspects. Third, the smart terminal actually has entered people's lives. We talk about AI glasses, AI mobile phones, AI computers actually has become training products. They have entered households, thousands of households. Last year, the number of humanoid robots actually launched over 300 of its kind, more than half of the global total. And by 2026, in accordance with the requirements of the government work report, we would like to vigorously promote the two-way interaction of AI and the manufacturing industry, and we will do a good job in the following areas. First, we will leverage our industrial strengths, improving product supply. We have a complete industrial sectors and abundant innovative talents and continuously improving innovation ecosystem. These give us the more confidence that more and more world-class smart products could be produced and made it possible in this land. AI computer, AI smartphones, AI smart home appliance actually could better fulfill people's ever-growing needs for a better life. We will double our efforts to make breakthroughs in the AI products or AI-enabled products, a new generation of these products, to iterate and upgrade them, also including brain-computer interface, the autonomous vehicle, and the humanoid robots. And we will also give great support to develop intellectual agricultural machinery and also the medical devices so that more smart products could be available to meet the needs of all walks of life and different industries. And second, we will enrich the scenarios and also deepen the application scenario in different industries. We talk about AI plus manufacturing is a must-answer question. It's not a choice. So this year, we'll vigorously promote AI plus manufacturing. So in each and every industry, we encourage everyone to embrace AI, deeply explore the high-value application scenarios, and also to explore and cultivate a number of high-level, exemplary applications and give rise and develop a number of intelligent agents. So we could further explore the potential of traditional industries, and also by creating scenarios, we can also stimulate the emerging industry and the innovation vitality of industry of the future. Regarding our plan to promote the development of AI in 2026, we will continue to do the above-related work well. One thing I would like to mention here is that in the development of the AI industry, we should also strike a balance between development and security. AI for people, AI provides service for the people and also controlled by humans. And we also would like to work with the old sectors and also to uphold the spirit of openness. We would like to continue to work with the friends around the world to jointly discuss, explore a more widely accepted AI governance framework so that AI-related scenarios could better serve the development of humanity, benefit humanity, and become a global public good. Thank you.
Now let's give the floor to Chairman Zhang Yizhuo of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission of the State Council.
Now
the floor is open. First question, please.
好，谢谢主持人。新华社记者提问。
新华 News Agency.
就今年的政府工作报告对进一步深化国资国企改革进行专门的部署。请问在未来一个时期，如何持续深化改革，充分启发国民，推动企业高质量发展，更好发挥中央企业在国民经济中的骨干和支柱作用？
enhance high-quality development and allow central SOEs to play a leading role in China's economic development. Thank you for your question. Premier Li Qiang delivered his government work report. I listened attentively, and this is an inspiring report. of the government. The report touched upon the reforms of state-owned enterprises. There are two mentionings of SOE reforms, and we made meaningful progress in SOE reforms last year. And with regards to the work of 2026, he called for setting and further improving plans for the reforms of SOEs and improving the layout of state-owned enterprises. And we will earnestly grasp with these instructions and requirements. And SOEs and the public sectors have been growing very well in recent years. And during the 14th five-year plan, central SOEs, they have a total assets that has surpassed the threshold of 70, 80, and 90 trillion RMB over the years. Over the past 5 years, the profitability increased by 52% compared to the previous five-year plan, and the productivity, labor productivity, registered an annual growth of 7%, which is 1 percentage point above the national average. In terms of quality and quantity, SOEs have also demonstrated great results. And in recent years, China's environment of economic development has been challenging and complex, and the result we have gained is attributed to the reforms. And during the 15th five-year plan period, we will deepen reforms with the purpose of strengthening key functions and improve core competitiveness, and strengthen and expand SOEs and state-owned capital. So how should we optimize and strengthen SOEs? Let me share with you my insights, and I think we need to make breakthroughs in 3 areas. The first breakthrough has to do with channeling more state capital and assets into 3 key areas. So this has to do with optimizing the layout of state capital, and we need to channel these resources to 3 areas, namely areas crucial to national security and the livelihood of national economy, and key fields related to livelihood, and also to public services, emergency responses, and public good fields, and also to strategic emerging industrial sectors. Our targets are, over time, change the landscape of SOEs in the past, where it's distributed across all the different sectors, but with the uneven distribution in premium and low-end sectors, and we want to channel major state capital and state assets to 20 major sectors of the national economy, which totals 97. And all in all, more than 88% of the sales revenue of the state-owned enterprises will be channeled to these 20 sectors of the 97 sectors of national economy. So if we could do that, we will be able to channel major resources to the 3 critical fields I mentioned earlier. The purpose is to further enhance the support function of state capital in serving national economy, serving livelihood, and serving scientific innovation. Secondly, we need to embrace reforms for mechanisms and institutionalized reforms. State-owned enterprises, in particular central government-owned enterprises, need to be revitalized. We have thought of many different approaches. We researched into the key problems encountered and compared these problems with the effect of rapid growth of AI. And some of the AI teams, they're fairly small. They are very flat in terms of the organizational structure, but they have significant per capita output. Why they have great incentives that are working? So within SOEs and central SOEs, and we want to roll out more effective incentive mechanisms. And we have to start with researchers, senior technicians, and the basic investment for basic research last year exceeded 100 billion yuan for the first time, and accounting for 9.4% of the total R&D investments. And for those practicing in basic research, we need to roll out long-term full career coverage and roll out the incentive mechanism for them. And we need to empower their research so as to inject more momentum to their research. And we also need to make breakthroughs in terms of management models and the effectiveness of oversight. We need to delegate powers, but we also need to strengthen regulation in certain fields in terms of delegating powers and deregulation. We do not treat all the SOEs as equals. And quite on the contrary, we have the enterprise-specific performance assessment mechanism for the year-end assessment. 70% of the indicators of the performance assessment are customized. And we also have a 3-year term assessment, and more than 70% of the indicators are specifically tailored for those enterprises, and this will allow for effective performance assessment. In terms of oversight, there is a new progress, which is that we developed a autonomous penetrating model of oversight, which does not interfere with the day-to-day running of the enterprise, but we are able to understand the operational data of the enterprise, including their revenue and their costs. And so this will give us early warnings so that we can prevent major risks. SOE reforms have to be deepened, and we expect that during the 15th five-year plan period, we can have some major headways, and when the plans are set, and we will make sure that they are translated into reality. Thank you very much. Next question, please.
谢谢主持人。光明日报记者提问。
光明 Daily。
张主任您好。 我们看到近年
Chairman
来
Zhang, good
国资
morning.
央企加快布
We
局，
see
占
that
新产业
in
和未
recent
来产业
years
取得了积极
the
成效。
accelerated
政府
layout
工作报
emerging
告
and the
对我
future
国产业
industries
结构
by
升级
state-owned
做出
enterprises
一系列
yield
部署。
positive
请问
results,
国务
and
院国资
also we
委
have seen
如
that
何
in
指
the
导中
government
央
work
企业
report,
进一
it
步推进
made
相关工作？
the
谢谢。
relevant arrangements in this regard to upgrade the Chinese industrial structure. What's your plan? Thank you for your question. Yes, indeed, in Premier Li Qiang's government work report, we talk about that we will opening up the central SOEs in the application scenario, especially in the modern industrial system, and also to like to know more in this regard, I would like to say there are two kinds of the industries. One is called the traditional advantageous industries, another is called emerging pillar industry. So we talk about the traditional industry. So you could name it energy, power, the metallurgy, chemical industry, construction materials. I name a few. These are the basic business of central SOEs, also the base of the national economy. Without these sectors, the economy cannot function. In the recent years, we actually have mainly focused on high-end, intelligent, and green transformation on all these traditional industries. Let me focus on intellectual transformation. We have built over 70 excellent smart factories and cultivated 6 leading smart factories. So we also work with 8 ministries, including Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, to select these the exemplary factories. So 7 is SOEs and 6 local enterprises. So we talk of total 15 best practice, 11 SOEs, either from central or local level. So that is the intellectual transformation. And the other part is we also vigorously developed new pillar industries. So we continue to implement the initiatives, the 2 initiatives. So one initiative is to implement the Central Enterprises Set Sail initiative. Another is the Central Enterprises Industrial Renewal initiative. So that's targeting 9 strategic emerging industry and 6 future industries, respectively. In recent 3 years, the central SOEs have cumulatively invested 7.4 trillion yuan in strategic emerging industry, accounting for 42% of the overall investment. And the scale of sales revenue reached 12.3 trillion yuan in strategic emerging industry last year. And we also have built 5 trillion yuan level industries covering new energy, high-end equipment manufacturing, new materials, in total 5 at the trillion yuan level industries. Going forward, I could see that we have quite strong the motivation in further developing the strategic emerging industries. So one is we actually characterize them into 3 groups. One is like the leading group, and second is the catching up group, and the third is cultivating group. For the leading group, we talk about like the new energy, we talk about the aerospace, and also a batch of new materials. Actually, they all belong to this category. If we zoom in, the new energy industry, we talk about AI, especially for some foreign countries, they have encountered a bottleneck in developing AI, which is the lack of electricity. In China, there won't be any problem in this regard. So we provide enough energy, and also it's all green power. So in China, that's the newly installed or the installed capacity of wind and solar power in China accounts for more than 50% of the world's total. Half of it actually is owned by central enterprises. So going forward, we will continue to build up our strengths. And also in the global market, we'll continue to develop our strengths. And in some industry, they belong to the catching up category. For example, we talk about the new energy vehicles, and new materials. For new energy vehicle industry, the SOEs, they have already performed quite well in this regard. In the past 3 years, their output and revenue have doubled. And self-owned brand vehicle have gained a 10% market share to 16.5%. On the other hand, we also promote AI integration to other industries. So we could see that AI for itself already enjoyed a very rapid development. Right now, we also would like to cultivate that fast development, AI plus other industries. And for that, the central enterprises have built their own AI computing skill, which has increased 17 times. Right now, we are also open to the outside world. For the last group, as the cultivation stage. So we talk about the quantum information, nuclear fusion, and low-altitude economy, biotechnology. Central enterprises in this regard also step up our efforts to cultivate these industries. For example, the China, the fusion energy, we have established some enterprises in this regard. And also for the low-altitude economy, the Nine Heaven drone developed by our central SOEs actually is equivalent to an aircraft carrier and can release hundreds of small drones in the air and also can fly continuously for 12 hours, covering 7,000 kilometers. And also in terms of quantum technology, we also have Tianyan for 504 developed last year, and that's also a quantum computer on par with the United States. Right now, that is also available on the quantum cloud platform. We talk about development of central SOE. Actually, should rely on collaboration with everyone, including research institutes, universities, private enterprises. We have launched a central enterprise industrial chain supply chain initiative, driving development of small and medium-sized private enterprises. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman Zhang. Friends from the media, and this is the end of the corridor. And on March 9th in the morning, we will also have another minister corridor. Please stay tuned. Thank you.